Hello there, everybody. Happy Monday to you all. We're going to jump into yet more Pathologic 3 and kind of do some more exploration of the game's kind of mechanics and stuff like that. I just realized I set my phone aside. It's like, oh, I don't need this, but then I remembered, oh yeah, I am going to need this because I wrote notes on my phone. So we did day 6 yesterday, and we're redoing day 5. Specifically, because what happened last time we played was that I went to day 5, realized I had made a mistake because so the way these days work is that you're given an opportunity to do like a diagnosis of people who are sick, and you need to figure out how they're sick in order to generate a vaccine. And so if whatever your diagnosis is, that is retained unless you specifically choose to like undo it. But I didn't understand how that mechanic worked at the time. And so I at first thought, oh, it's just like completely retained. And so I was like, oh, wait, no, I realized I could undo it, but I had to restart the day. But restarting the day is like, my last save was before doing that. So I was like, oh, I'll just re-pick the day again, use some of my saved up resource, but like shouldn't be that much. And I accidentally went to day 6. So we did day 6. Now we're going to do day 5 again, and we're going to try and see if we can do this right. I've already done that. We've already got all our... We don't have all our stuff for day 5. Water filtration. So one thing we need to do... Okay, that's pretty handy. It's not much, but it's something. Loot. Take all. Put that there. Put that there. Oh, and how are we on? Oh, we got 20 of those. All right, and now what's our mind map? Whoops. There we go. Saved Ruben. So I'm supposed to go visit Ruben today, theoretically. What are threads I haven't pulled on? Okay, well, that's nothing else there. So let's do this. One thing I want to try and do with this day is go... Oh. Huh. That's those quartz lamps.
Every creak. Like a gunshot.
But I want to go to find the flower in the Shabnak's territory. Can I go around? I think I have to use a charge here.
The same reason produces monsters.
So Shabnak in this one? All right, so start with Bobok. So Bobok, we thought had something that I decided was not vasculopathy, but I did not. I could have. Now I think about it, I could have re-looked at the case notes. Um, straight from science. It's cold, shake, feverish. Oh. Cool. It actually does hold on to the previous diagnosis. That's handy. Because we had hematomas. It also holds on. It also holds on to the things we thought. So like we need to assume that the hematomas. Well, okay. So the problem was that he had the bruises, but when we went and talked to the other guys, they're like, "Yeah, we beat him, but we didn't. We haven't been doing that recently because like he looked very sick, and we don't want to catch it." I think he says that he got the hematomas from sleeping on the ground, so technically possible. But anyway, we see that he's shaking. What's that? No. Headache, is that sore throat? Probably nothing there. No. There's nothing to. So abrasions. So itchiness. So let's try and go through these again. Itchiness, itchy skin. Pale, bruises. So we'll try this again. Nothing there. Legs. Legs seem to look fine. Bruises again. Cuts and bruises. Sleep on the ground on a thin blanket. Stones dig into my sides. So your pallor. Can't wash it. Pale.
He's looking after you from above. Protecting, perhaps, or preparing.
Oh, interesting. Leave him alone. You took him from me. I should have cured this poor man. His heart and mind are open to me. Pity is the key to every door and the answer to every riddle. Then you'll know who he took pity on. Oh. Interesting. Hustle. So we got Sharp. So Sharp. We thought had a acute bronchopathy, but he does not. So the thing is, I don't remember if I wrote off, because he seems to be having hallucinations. I might have written those off as just like trauma. Bruises. Lots of bruising. So we'll do hematomas. Nothing extra. Legs. Nothing extra there. Legs reverse. Nothing extra there. Okay. Cough. Chest pain? Coughing past summer. Are you coughing up blood? Right, is it not cough, but sorry, not cough, but okay, we're actually back to acute bronchopathy.
She's a predator. Devours everything.
Right, here we go.
And spits out bones.
This was one of the things we weren't able to do because we didn't have enough reagents. Okay, so we're going to do hemoptysis, copying up blood. Oops. So the first illness. Gastrointestinal, which, so, oops, right, and that does, so, Um. Oh, here we go. This one. Oh, nice. All filled up. Do I have any reagents? I don't have any reagents, though. There's got to be reagents somewhere. Doesn't Little say that there are reagents? Where are they supposed to be? Do I have to go make some? I think I will. Okay, he's like, oh, there's reagents. And it's like, I used one reagent. Like, there should be multiple reagents. Maybe I misheard. Where, oh, where? Okay, hold on. Let me make Oh. Let's just go here real quick. And then we'll go back. I mean, it's not a big district to search. So it shouldn't take that long to find it.
As if things are animated.
Okay. Let's go ahead and eat that. Let's go ahead and move that. It's gotta be somewhere around here. Nice, got it. Okay. Ba-ba. I mean, there's gotta be a... Alright. Do go to the Stillwater. And then carry out an I'm sorry, what? I got... Oh, it was... That's what it was. Get one shot. And then reagent. Swevery extract. No, it looks like those. Splits. Right? Didn't need to do that. Yep. Didn't need to do that. If I put these in here, do they get saved for the next day, I wonder? I didn't mean to heal. Do really quick, want to go around and see if... There was a box of stuff somewhere around here. There was, but there isn't today.
Boiling, cracking, screeching, living.
Now I need to remember how to load the special projectile. That's what I'm looking for.
Insane. No, really. I'm going insane.
Where are you? There we go. It's a little weird. Isn't that... Am I doing something wrong? What? Nope. I had to do... Oh. Okay. Orkin is healthy. Which means we already knew it wasn't acute bronchopathy. So okay, I now have a better sense of how that works. So now we go to... Oh! It's like straight up cured. Huh. Not what I was expecting. Oh, and this district is cured too. That is not what I would have expected.
Never alone. Things everywhere.
Oh, stuff. So we know it's not anemic vasculopathy for this guy. So they're not pals. Useful, useless. Given him a path to SG, we wouldn't get our hands dirty now. He's gone mangy. Some kind. Sores on his mouth. So... is sores? Oh, lip lesions. But Bobak would drink, but he... He's hit lately, so he's not drunk or suffering from withdrawal or anything on those lines. Running errands. Uh, s- so let's try this again. Bruise for sleep on the ground. Can I talk to you again now? Oh, I guess not. There's some line of logic, apparently. Oh, right. Anti-nausea and eye drops. It's painful, but what's work? Share with everyone. So not how. What do we got in terms of lip lesions? 3. Fever, headache, abdominal pain. Consuming water. Skin infections. Oops. Up. Nausea and vomiting? No, there's nothing that... So... Did I just... Main menu. Right. Go back to this again real quick. Okay. Get rid of those. Let's go back to lip lesions. Where were they? There.
Vibrant. Everything's so vibrant.
Is that a crate? No, it was a lamp. Oh, that's not. Okay, we'll chat with you again. Oh. Okay, I guess that's it. I mean, it suggests that there's more, but what? Hey, wasn't there a little bowl?
Misophonia, Dankovsky.
I don't think that was like actually the little bowl that Bobok was talking about. Is because I'm pretty sure I went through like to pretty much every end. Like I didn't do every single combination, but most of these combinations, like whichever one I pick, it would go to the same place. Whichever one I pick here, it goes to the same place. And same here, and again, same here. So it's like, here's where your different things end up. Huh. That's kind of all we've got to work with. Also, what have I got in terms of... I got stuff I can trade, so I may as well. You got these already. Huh. Find it interesting how the sorry. I find it interesting how it's not a whole lot like worth trading. Kind of in general. I was about to say, oh, can we do another diagnosis? But, oh, so the thing I wanted to do is I wanted to chat. Is that it? No. If I had... Is there anything that... Brain... I mean, the problem is I could... So they all work in the brain, so that wouldn't help. Lung... So, if I... If I found something in lung, I would get rid of burning fever. Heart... Not heart, not heart. If I found something in the heart, I would know it was burning fever. I'm going to do burning fever. If it's not burning fever, then I think I have two things to work with. And I can try again another day. Okay, let's go try and chat with Ruben. Oh, right. Bad Grief winds up dead.
Some folks are a cut above.
Said you were last see Simon Kane. What? What do you need the body for? What's to you? Tell the Canes they won't succeed. Have you ever witnessed a saint's flesh overcoming a deadly illness? I saw a miracle. Alongside the red and white cells in his body, there were silver ones. Amalgam? I made a vaccine from the blood and gave it to patients under observation, but I couldn't even test it. The Cane Tyrants... It was living blood, blood that fought back. Silver cells burned the plague away like a vital, implacable sun. So he had the sand pest. have been murdered Kane? So on the first day, not today. Oh. Can I... Interesting. So I'll have time to investigate it.
I'd rather not hear this.
So let's go to the Stillwater. Decent chance we're wrong about Bobak. I mostly picked that Burning Fever because the description said, affects people who live in unsanitary conditions, but hey, we got them all right. The phenomenon I called amalgam. The instruments and reagents screen the vaccine cannot exist. The main thing I said, it won't cause harm. Oh, huh. What an interesting statement. Oh, right. I can issue the decree. Can I issue a decree today? Huh. When can that be used then? I don't have enough orderlies. My base number of orderlies is 30. I don't have a way to get more orderlies. Can we get to there? We should have enough time. Oh yeah, it only takes 30 minutes. sure. Yep. Because I wanted
How do I get my leg mended?
to see if I can go back to the bridge square before ending the day.
I won't grow at all. I haven't grown an inch in 15 years.
Taught by his uncle. Interesting. Do you think I can't tell Maria apart from that witch? But he's presumably not talking about Capella? Don't try to find her. Each moves what's happened at its proper time. She'll make hers when she decides it's time. Congress is that something like me good? Molly, I think, is evil. Congressus is meeting or something like that. All right, well, so we can go to the bridge square and get some more resources real quick. There must be a way to get more orderlies. Get you. Get you, get you, get you. Get that. Those. A reagent. Who? Curious. chat with you real quick. We got time. Oh, did I? I remember having that conversation. Not. I don't think the third day conversation. I think the. I mean, that conversation that I just had with them, and I didn't do it again because I restarted the day. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Drat. I mean, I did get stuff. I can't. That's actually annoying. Because I can't, it won't let me put these onto my quick slots. Because it doesn't, like, it's not a usable item, but it doesn't have any way of combining things. It is kind of amazing how, from a design perspective, okay, here's what we're going to do. And actually, I probably could have just gone and chatted with the kid. But, like, there's so many elements of, like, how do you kind of mess up some of these things in just a mechanical level? It's honestly a little impressive. Like, the you I don't know. There's some elements of like kind of weirdness where you can sometimes forgive a game for being like, you know, the word we use is janky. Because, oh, hold on, move, let's trade again, so that we can get, what, I guess get rid of those walnuts. I need to make space. Make space for what, though? Oh, that's Twirine. Nope. That's too much. That's not gonna work. Okay, it's problem is I'm giving away one thing for 2, but I need... Tell you what. Can we get into the house in time? But anyway, there's games that are janky, and like there's times when jankiness is kind of like excused, seen as like, oh, this gives a little bit of a charm. Like there's something about polish and the expectation of polish that I think jankiness can give a game the sense of like, this feels like it's, it's gonna feel worse. This feels like it was made by a person. I say that to give the sense of that a game that's like really polished can feel kind of like paint by numbers, or constructed in a way that makes it, I guess you could say, feel artificial. And so does apathy drain my amalgam? I'm sorry, I don't think I ever noticed that. But there's a level of jank that at which you start to recognize, like, okay, human beings made this, human beings with flaws, but that flaw in itself gives this sense of like, I can at least respect that it was somebody who was trying to do something. And it is that attempt that feels kind of unique. But there is a level of jank at which it starts to create friction that's like, this doesn't need to exist in this way. We've already seen day 5.
He looked like a man obsessed. A man in love. In love? Yes.
He's in love with the Nautica, which is not a person but a thing. Not available at the end of the day. That makes sense. Can't use this as like a last minute thing. Okay, hang on. Let me finish the thought, or else I'm going to like keep getting distracted. But there's level jank at which it becomes, you start to run up against the game and it feels like annoying. It's interesting to try. It'd be interesting to try and like figure out like what is like, where is that line? And of course, it's going to be different for different people. And what I think more important is like, what kinds of jank are acceptable? 'Cause I don't think it's just like, oh, something can kind of like not work properly, and that's fine. I think it has to be more of a case of you allow like a certain amount of jank in like specific places, but not everywhere. And so the I think one of the problems I'm running into here is that like it's really, I wouldn't say the level of jank that I experience with like the menus and stuff like that is ultimately acceptable. Like so much of this stuff, maybe I should try playing with the mouse and keyboard. Like maybe I should like just real quick go into the menu and see like, can I move stuff around like quickly and easily? Is this just a problem of like they kind of added in controller support and weren't sure how to do it properly? Because it's like this kind of menuing does not feel good, and it does not feel good in a way where it doesn't have to feel this way. Like the issue of the struggle from Pathologic does not and probably should not come from the menus. It should come from the other parts of the game. The you know, figuring out the diagnoses and like, am I getting this stuff right? Dealing with the plague and the Shabnok, and it's like these are all interesting systems, and there's like bits and pieces that are kind of like, you know, a little awkward, and there's these requirements imposed that like you could probably describe as a little bit janky, but that's fine. It's this kind of like at the rudimentary level where you're doing this stuff like, okay, I'm trying to go trade, and it's like, well, hang on, in order to like trade, I need to like press these buttons to select this and then like do this, but I want to select only one of the like stack of 3, and I can't just like select one. I have to split the stack, and in splitting the stack, it's easy for me to accidentally discard everything, and it doesn't give me a confirmation, and so I gotta like be extra careful. And once I do, then I can do it, but then I can't split things, I can't put things back together easily unless they're specific kinds of items, and like that kind of stuff just does not need to exist. These are solved problems, so to speak. And so that's the thing that I find like perplexing is, Pathologic 2 had actually a pretty interesting inventory system. It was kind of like grid-based, like where you have to like, you only have so much space, and items take up like a certain number of slots, a certain amount of space in your inventory, and you have to like, if you want to manage things, you have to kind of like arrange stuff in certain ways, and not that, you know, that is like the perfect system, and they should have replicated it here, but just that the process for like, even just when things were kind of weird, like the process for moving things around felt pretty fine overall. I genuinely do not remember at any point in Pathologic 2 going like, oh my god, like it's so like I'm pressing incorrect buttons, and you know, I'm trying to do something and it's not working, or if something else happens that I wasn't really expecting or anything on those lines. Generally speaking, the way that the game worked matched, generally speaking, what I would expect. And there's not really a good reason for it to happen, for that not to be the case here. Like, I should be able, when I say, you know, take an item and say move, what it really should be doing is it should be letting me move it throughout my space, including, you know, stacking it, or, you know, replacing it. You know, if I move a stack of, you know, walnuts, I can move it onto any of my, you know, slots, inventory slots, and if I move on to something that's already there, they switch places. If I move it onto a thing where it can be stacked, it'll be stacked unless the stack's already full, in which case it won't be stacked. And so on, so on, so on. And if you want to do it as like, okay, we don't want to do that because there's not really much reason to do that in this case, then move should automatically stack, and it seems to do that. And then there's like, if you've got a stack in your quick items and a stack in your main inventory, you can, if you try and like move the stack from your inventory onto your quick items, it switches out, even if those are things that could be stacked together. And so you have to do a specific thing. You can still stack them together. You just have to do a specific thing. And it's like, why? It doesn't need to do that. And it's, I don't know. The problem I have with that is it feels so very much like the actual process of interacting with the game feels like it was never given any thought. And it's good that there's a lot of thought put into like the themes and the writing and stuff like that, to like make you raise questions and ask stuff about like the interaction between the player and the game. But the things that I like find myself rubbing up against are things that the game is not really giving me any cause or invitation to reflect upon. It has kind of, unless there's like some huge thing coming up, not that I really anticipate there would be, but like maybe there is, but I'm going to bet it's really going to lean more into the whole reflections and time and things like that, and not really into, oh yeah, you know how it like sucks to work with your inventory? Well, that was actually like there's a point to that. I feel like it's a pointless thing, and it's like you didn't need to do this. So, rant over. I'm just like getting increasingly annoyed by it. Anyway, okay, we do want to at some point do day 7 again, or day 6 again, but let's do day 7. Let's start trying to move forward. You're right. It's all very monotonous, isn't it? Boring. You move on to a new day. Spectre dumps more accusations on you. Choose not to recognize me. Dreadful mess in his papers. Constantly forgetting what happened on which day, accusing you of things that never happened in the first place. It's painful to watch. And that's then kind of like, okay, we now get to go to the actual themes and gameplay and narrative and stuff like that, which is the actual interesting stuff. So the fact that, of course, we get the accusations that we can then undo, which is essentially the acknowledgement of, like, we're kind of changing things, so to speak. Um, come back from a smoke break soon and start questioning about the Inquisition. Prosecutor's work lacks finesse. By correcting him, you're only sinking deeper. One moment. Considering the Inquisitor's first order concerning me, the whole situation smells a bit fishy. Focus on the grand scene of the town elite's trials. Well-deserved execution on the gallows. So we start the day. Remember his close ones. Okay, we should get some stuff to start the day. So we got day 7. Stopping time, we'll do that. What? Oh, okay. That I guess makes sense. Quarantine. We'll do that. Not gonna be very helpful. I mean, the thing is, like, the thing that's gonna be most helpful is getting rid of the Shabnak. Running out of medicine. Get that. Meridorm, bromide, reagent, or I got all those, so no help. Can refill. Get stuff there. Okay, we get to start with 7 whole. And all right. Oh. Interesting. Anyone else? Seeing the Shabnak. Districts, keep seeing the figure of a woman. Incomplete, broken, It feels like you could have said something else.
That's okay. I've found a way. Everything is going to be just fine. You'll see.
The world will become what you see it as. Just observe and it will bend or break. Okay, let's do an analysis. Okay. Oh. Daniel Dukovsky. Anyway. Um. Victor warned me. They stopped. Been shot? Interesting.
A bird soars high with grace and cheer, but oh, what if it falls, my dear? So the Inquisitor's agents did come to me. They did threaten me by Fate's will. By Fate's will. What? Oh. Yes. Did we not get an instruction to Seraphima?
Why do they continue to normalize death?
The Inquisitor's behind the pulpit, using Institute for Propaganda instead of science. Lilich. Five minutes in. So they misspelled again. Little things like that. Not looking for employees. She needs informers. cancel this week. Do you need to explain the cancellation? Schedule changes. Anyone in the laboratory? Platon. Yeah, I guess we didn't. Ah, so we have met her before.
Dull, yes. Cheap, always. Same as always. I still love them, though.
She used to work at the Thanatica? Should have come to the lecture. Mechanisms of the law by examples. Mention the Academy too. The Academy answers the Inquisition. Chess Club director sacrifices pawns that easily, outplayed me despite that. There she is again. Huh. Is that supposed to be the passage of time, or law and ethics in medicine? For, you're named Veronica Croy. Renounced my family, enrolled in medical school. Trained to be an inquisitor all my childhood. But the shadow of my father is still pursuing me. The Inquisition can't be trusted. It's very low to the loyalty. I mean, that's really what I keep choosing with Dankovsky's stuff.
Whenever
There's
I trace
Lilith.
the edges of possibility on a map, I find myself reaching for an eraser not soon after.
Attended your lecture 3 years ago at Lamarca's. Girl in a long shirt, do you remember? Research sparked extraordinary interest. You surprised often learn I hear my colleagues say your name. The Inquisition has its tools with which to rein in the sage old men. Utica calcum tuum. And now I'm curious. Wait, what? Oh, because I'm on day 1. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. They kept saying him. And I thought it was just like, oh, they don't really know who the Inquisitor is, so they're just like, oh, they're just like, oh, they know it's somebody powerful, they're assuming it's a guy, and we're gonna go, and it's like, oh, it's Illich. And it's like, well, we as players of the previous games know that the Inquisitor that comes to this town is Aglaya Lilich. Now, of course, we're encountering Lilich in the past, which is like a setup for our actual encounter with her. And it's like, so there's something about this, like, okay, the fact that, like, no, a different Inquisitor arrived, is like, that's huge. Karminski. Inquisition is an organization of special intellectual emissaries whom the powers that be send to solve unsolvable problems. The Hanging Judge.
Thieves, cowards, traitors, scum.
Curious to meet you. Shut down Thanatica. Maybe there's someone in this town who's said to help people escape the quarantine. Gregory said that's bad grief. I know human nature. People are wont to do awfully stupid things, such as rushing over the Capitol to attend a hearing, hoping against hope to save their science, even knowing there's no chance. I will now appoint you an Inquisitor. Okay, just for an hour? Q's already here. The accused will get what they deserve. Interesting. So Burak.
Time loop, or a timely noose.
So we've got Burak, nicknamed the Ripper. The accused is charged with breaking into the abattoir and the termitary, both under quarantine, extracting organs from living people, abducting children.
Stach. Poor Stach. We tried to convince him, but he refused to believe us.
That's my chance to kill my own father. Fathers after false accusations make for probably reason to grow better and seek revenge. His motives might be up for debate, but his actions are tangible. Accused doesn't even deny his abattoir. Organ harvesting from the living. Accused ingratiated himself with children and led them away to an unknown location. Oh, I know what this is going to be. Acquits Barack of all charges. Stamotin. I haven't had any chats with Stamotin. Well, I've had like 1 or 2 chats with Stamotin, but
now we can talk.
I think what I need to do is I need to be able to go backwards and have chats with Stamotin. I think I'm supposed to be able to talk to him on day 2, and presumably that will set into sequence a set of things. Assault on reality by way of impossible artifact creation.
This stone has too many buttresses.
Okay. There are no blueprints. 4 days ago, which of course would be need that explained. There's no point even trying to make you understand. Interesting. Peter's been found guilty of desire. Okay, so yeah, I think I had to go back to day... I think it's day 2. Maybe it was day 3. It did say 4 days ago. Oh yeah. So if I need to talk to Stamountain on day 3, which may actually take me back to day 2.
Why would you want celestial spheres? I suggest a celestial tesseract.
Monopolist cattle magnates. Inquisition has reason to suspect that the epidemic was started in the so-called termitary.
What has that blockhead found in the well?
Locking territory has led to everyone inside dying en masse. An immense petri dish which plague used to grow in strength.
I can't move. I'm bound by family ties.
Interesting. Okay, Ogimskis are dismissed.
The sphere,
Savarov.
hanging from long wires set into the ceiling of the choir, swayed back and forth with isochronal majesty.
I do have an heir. Our town.
Oh, Katerina died. Morphine overdose. Found someone,
See? I'm not holding you back. Let each of us find our own path.
Visit the infected district with unknown purposes. Interesting, because the way to get her out was... I wonder if there's a way... okay. Lay out things in chain. Katerina's dead. Dead of a morphine overdose. Clara stole morphine from the hospital, gave it to Katerina. Presumably that means that Clara gives Katerina the thing that kills her. So you would think then, okay, well, I can't... It doesn't seem like I can undo the morphine... giving the morphine, but I haven't ability to trace that down. It may be that I can... chat with Clara again on that day and have some kind of different result by chatting with her with a different I think more apathetic than manic, Or maybe I need to be completely measured. That'd be an interesting question. Maybe there's a way to prevent, like, get the morphine back from her, and that's what you're supposed to do. But the other possibility would be to not let her into the hospital. But the way I just got her, presumably her neck saved, is by saying she's been helping out. Both the cold and the spread of disease by a young lady play right into your hands. So Peter was found guilty. Huh. Savarov strips of his title. Interesting. But who can interest? Oh, hello.
Accused of the most terrible of crimes, Gnostical turpitude. So rare and so unutterable that it was necessary to use circumlocutions like impenetrability, opacity, occlusion.
You won't have to repeat it. You have enough on your plate as it is. I will have to repeat it because that's the way this game works. Are you doing a campaign for the populace, raising their awareness? Look at the documentation of your there are laws and there is the law that which defines the shape of reality, the sum of facts it consists of, as well as the potential opportunities for its development. By virtue of having free will, people sometimes make attempts to break the law. In most cases futile, but in some rare cases they achieve a certain degree of success. At the seams, the tears in the history's fabric. That success is unstable. Reality is always trying to push that out of itself. It has an immune response. It's impossible to break the law. That's why its breaches are called impossible deeds. Avoid secrecy and inquisition. It's the free circus performance of the Double Star Man. Flight without any kind of contraptions involved. And the most famous impossible object has been discovered under a flight of stairs in a residential house. Infinitesimal point that contained the whole world. The foolish owner of the house wrote some poetic saga in extremely bad taste after looking into it. Not many are capable of working with impossible objects. Mine refuses to encompass them. Since the impossible objects are always a menace to reality, reality is a menace to them. This contradiction demands a resolution. Studied and disarmed.
I know that face, and I've heard that voice, and that smell.
Father's in the crucible in the bad way. Inquisitor came to us, press charge against my father, and carry out sentence right there on the spot. Impossible objects, instigating creation of such objects. Touched his forehead and said something quietly. Father's been just sitting down looking straight ahead. It's like he's turned into an impossible object himself. Mentioned Yulia. See what do we got in terms of not a lot. Let's go grab some stuff real quick. And then do some trading. Let's get you. I mean, you're probably more useful. And that way we get, whoops. Victor's presumably in it. Yes.
Chain a rock to your ankle.
Interesting. Hang on. There's a tragedian behind him. I will say no more. Who said what's the matter with them? What makes a person alive? Is it their biological processes or their mental ones? The heart of the brain. Someone can be dead even with a beating heart, and physical life is, alas, perfectly compatible with metaphysical death. So what did Kaminsky do? Carry out a sentence. Whoever stands accused of assaulting reality must be banished from it. Derealized. A street in the atrium. Victor had entrusted Yulia Lyricheva, one of the town's key projects, a street that created realities. A street where a person could see every possible permutation of their fate, but something went wrong. The street wasn't working as intended. Instead of conjuring possibilities as it should have, it drove people to a nightmarish state of insanity. Backwards. Victor found out there'd been cases of people going insane after visiting the atrium. Postman, milkman, beggar. The street revealed itself to people who walked it in a specific fashion, moving from one porch to the next. He discovered by experience he had to start from the cathedral square, stand on the first porch to your left, and follow the sound from there. Told you all you need to know. You should not do that. You're making a mistake. He also thought the town is down perished because of the plague. Huh. Cool. Diversify potential lies through engineering. Alright, we're going to... We're probably going to end up doing it, but we're going to do it later. We got to go first and do some diagnoses. Try to do some diagnoses, probably a better way to put it.
Okay, that goes there, and I wonder what about
Margin before dawn, find the patients, ref with all records. Three patients. Try to explain something. Can make it out. Keeps dancing, won't stop. Wife died the Sam Pass. And then Amelia. Surely you can maintain a library. Botany. Symptoms: going insane. Surely you are aware there's an occupational hazard of those engaged in intellectual labor. Physical ailments plague the common folk and the steppe savages, but cognitive development brings certain susceptibility to disease of the mind. I have visions. Hallucinations. Different time. My body is different. But okay, but we just heard about the whole like street that shows you possibilities. So nothing on her legs, or reverse of her legs anyway. Nope, nothing there either. Hands itching. Let's go itchy skin. Yeah, there we go. See those scratches. Too thin. Let's put, what was it? Fatigue. Drained by the nightmare. Scratch marks. Working with plants, cutting sprouts. Stops down to get on my hands. Gets irritated. Okay. Catarnada. Bad blood. Came the marshes, saw slaughter. Boss was sad. He's exhausted. They shouldn't have come down. Almost all covered in flies. Since saw bull killed the wrong way. Since I saw, that means I helped. They never get ill. Become Basagan. That the part of your eye that is usually white is darkening. Compulsive rumination about anxiety. Interesting. I mean, it's if you have a kind of diagnosis and a sort of set of steps to address it, that's good. That's an important aspect of improving things. But anyway, hey, leave it. We're playing Pathologic 3. Pathologic 3 is basically a game where you're doing a lot of things. I guess like the big one is you're in a small town that's been hit by a plague, and so you're trying to like fight against the plague. In this game, that involves a couple different things. In this case, you're actually literally a doctor. In the previous game, you were a kind of like, technically your character have like medical training. You were more of like a surgeon, but you did a lot more like kind of folk healing kind of stuff. So there's a lot of mysticism. In this one, you're an actual like, Bachelor of Medicine kind of thing. Our guy it like runs this institute that is trying to like overcome death and find kind of like the means for immortality. Comes to town, basically gets trapped by the plague and stuff like that, so you're kind of in charge of fighting it. So this game operates by you're doing a couple things. So I'll get to that in a moment. The one which we're doing right now is you have these you have these patients, and you're trying to figure out why they're sick, or specifically, they're sick with the plague, and they're sick with something else that is like preventing the plague from progressing quickly. And so you're trying to figure out what the other thing is. And if you do that, you can basically like make a vaccine which sort of slows down the plague spread. So there's part investigation. There are also other things you can do to like try and mitigate the plague in various ways, and it involves like kind of doing stuff where you issue decrees that like might reduce the plague spread but might make people unhappy, so you have to manage both of those things at the same time. The other way you fight the plague, and here's the lore behind it, is this is a kind of mystical disease. There's a lot of mysticism in the game. So this kind of town set in a kind of nebulous Russian steppe, Russian in a like, air quotes Russian, because it's like not even literally the country of Russia. It's just sort of like evocative of the Russian steppe. So this town has this people called the Kin, which are kind of tied to the earth. They have these gods that they believe strongly in. They're connected directly. Like they believe that one of their gods is like this gigantic bull that sleeps underneath the earth. And so the disease, we don't know this now. We know this by virtue of the previous games, because it's all the same game, just from most of the same game, just from different perspectives. The disease is really the god underneath, the god of the earth, kind of pushing back against the town, in particular because some people made the structure called the polyhedron, which is like a spike digging into and threatening the life of the god, and so it created this disease to like kind of drive stuff out. It effectively kind of like an immune response, and so certain people, the kin, are actually immune to disease, are never touched by it, but obviously most of the people here. So that's the interesting part, is it's not in 1,000% clear. So in Pathologic 2, you have this kind of like event where you kind of go into the earth and maybe see literally like go into the veins of the god, and you see like its heart, like, and there's this gigantic spike that's like very close to the heart. The problem is you also talk to the heart, so there's also the possibility of like, could it just be a hallucination? Right, and so it's not entirely clear to what extent it is true, like literally true, because the idea is that it's a bull. So it's like one actual thing that happens in the previous game, and also in Pathologic 1 when you play with that same character, is that the map of the town, if you zoom out far enough, like actually at a certain point takes on the shape of a bull that's like sort of sleeping, to represent like, no, that is the god. And so there's all these different sort of takes on what's going on, and so that mystical aspect, like, it is definitely seemed to be the case that like the plague is something supernatural, but like how literal other things are is like uncertain, because it's always put through that layer of like, is this something your character literally sees, or is this something that like, is it a hallucination brought on by a bunch of things? So the other way you end up fighting the plague is that in the town there are all these different districts that you visit, and every day some of them are infected. And when they're infected, one of those districts has basically a creature chasing after you, called the Shabnak. The Shabnak is from the Kins, like, have this story about this kind of like woman made of clay and bone that like kills people, and so apparently the Shabnak is actually the disease. And so it's chasing after you, and you can do like a specific thing. Like I said, as far as I can tell, one of those infected districts each day has the Shabnak in it, and in that same district is this flower. And if you go to the flower and like kind of basically stand next to it long enough, you collect a sample that you can take to get analyzed so that you can turn it into a projectile, which you can use to get rid of her for the rest of that day. And so that's the other way that you can fight the disease. and apparently it's like really useful and powerful to do that. So that's the other thing you're doing, which, you know, again leads to that whole mysticism of the game. It also makes it a little bit of like a horror game alongside all of this like investigative stuff that's going on. So anyway, what we're doing here, we're talking to this lady who's sick. She's caught the plague, but she's sick with something else. So she believes that what happened is that she saw a bull, because bulls are sacred to the kin. I said earlier that the god that sleeps under the earth, the god underneath the town, is a gigantic bull. So bulls are sacred to them. So she saw a bull being slaughtered like in a improper way, and by seeing it, she thinks that she is being visited with some kind of illness, and so she needs to like cure herself in some way. And we're presuming that she's sick with something physical, and we need to figure out what it is. She wants to start ducking from the top. She wants blood, I believe. To drink Twirine. Don't drink too much. Alright, so we're going to look at... Oh, whoops. Yellow, pale, marks on her stomach. Interesting. Skin. Yellowing. So far we've got Twirine syndrome. So nothing here. Oops. Arms. Vein damage. Yeah. Twirine syndrome looking even better. Let's look at the legs. Yep. Search my feet. Never seen a Katonger. What? I'm gonna go. Let's lock in Twirine syndrome. And real quick, we're going to record that. Day 7. What's her name? Tute. Tute we diagnose with Twirine syndrome. And the reason I am recording these notes is that one of the conceits of this game is that it takes place over a series of 12 days, and I can replay any of those days, which means if I get any of the diagnoses for these people wrong, I can come back and re-examine them and ask them the same questions, and if I need to do other investigations, I can do that and try again. Die from a plague, 20 years together. Vomiting? Slipping through my fingers. Trouble breathing. And weakness? Is it lost coordination or weakness? It seemed to be weakness. Anything else? Nothing there. Nothing there. Peeling? Skin. Ichthyosis. Oh, it's diarrhea, not nausea. Glad the game helped me with that one, because yeah. Okay, same. Nothing on the back. Nothing there. Okay. That's weird. Why won't it let me? Huh. Trouble breathing. That's... Thing is, we have nothing that fits... Well, let's get rid of itchy skin real quick. Nope, still. Nothing that fits... What if it's not weakness? What if it's a loss of coordination? House, factory, place one, knock shelves down. Never been clumsy. That's annoying. Whoops. Fungus. Boy, that seems like a... Do we have any reagents? We have one. Okay. So let's... Both affect the lungs. So let's get something from his eye. Uh, 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 uh. Eye is clear, which I think means it's not. Oh. Interesting. So it has, I think it has to be that. And that was the one, I believe, yeah, consuming water. That's the one that makes most sense. But it took away, because I had two diseases that fit the current profile. And by figuring out that the eye was clear, it removed everything that infects the eye. Pulmomucus syndrome. Okay, and then interesting. So then we go here. Okay, this is the district where whoa, that must have been oops, an infected person that touched me. Switchman met the Stillwater. Hardly know her. She goes to the capital. Our impression she was out on scientific expeditions. Rides to train the capital. See her come and go. Work switches. Clean and fancy except for the last time. That day hardly recognized her. Sullen, covered in mud. Brought a new flower with her again. Huh. Thing here before I... Nope. Okay. Check the flower pot, he said. Wait, there we go. Okay. So this is potentially her new plant. What the? Oh. The eye snatcher. Always wears gloves. Still has kids who stay up past bedtime. Somebody in the store and then vanished. Royalty didn't ask before. Used to carry your own bags from the store. He ran to her dumb pots. Weakness. Get rid of hallucinations. Itchy skin. Weakness. Run the store. She gets mighty hungry. Bulimia? Let's get rid of itchy skin though. Because she said that's presumably from the sap. For tropical inhabitants. Hot and humid climates. Southern countries for religious purposes where merchants involved in trade of tropical lands. Fever, hot heartbeat, rapid heartbeat. Bunkowski's fever really fits. Headache, memory lapses? Maybe it's the visual impairment. whatever it is. I feel like the Bunkowski's fever. Is this a loot thing or? Oh well. I'm gonna go Bunkowski because boy does everything fit there. Amelia Bunkowski. Okay. So what else we got to do today? Gotta go to Yulia's. She's gotta go back through this district. I should go ahead and consume some of my mania stuff. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do that. Move. Ooh. Well. Oh. Oh.
Forgot that there's so much of the world. I'll blink and you'll be gone.
Hang on. That's another district that she's in. So there's Yulia. Oh.
Slower.
I'd leave this place, but I myself had laid the roads of this town such that all curved back to their origin.
We've been acquainted for a short while, so I'll forgive you this indiscretion. Interesting. I wonder if that conversation could have gone differently. think I basically want to go to the atrium so I can trade. Let's see, which districts do I have to go through? Got to go through this one, okay. It wants me to go down. Further down. Whoa! Oh, I know what that, that like little sparkly stuff is a plague, somebody who's sick with the plague. All right, so gonna grab these. Strychnine, morphine. Split. Gonna take a guess. Oh, in the Tanners. Alrighty.
Tired of this noise.
Oh, dang it. I want to go this way, actually. Ooh, loot box. Oh. Hello. Oh, this is about the atrium. 0, I'm no orderly. Someone who's placed myself here, I'm mercy for you and the likes of you. The street is dangerous. People lose their minds walking it. People lose their minds here as well as the endings to their stupid lives. That's... Oh. Okay. Let's talk to Georgie then. Although Georgie probably won't talk to me. Oh, new person to talk to. Passing nails. See if we can chat with Georgie. I can. Probably not.
A soul is like a spring or a bowstring. The harder you pull, the further your thought reaches when you release.
Maybe on your brother's behalf? Why have you let the Inquisitor make him... So, because I thought Georgie and Simon were brothers. Not Georgie and Victor. So enough, the ancient tree is stronger than us, larger than us, more dangerous than us. It seems the only ones worth doing, the only ones that can tell us something new about ourselves. Plus, alternate way of understanding oneself, transcending humanity. Employed Yulia, our idea was to create a street that would multiply the realities. We wanted any person who walked down the street to see all the possible branches of the future and be able to choose. Impression of the creator's personality. We failed to account for that when we employed Yulia. She's an engineering GS, but she has a shortcut that we've missed at the time. Yulia's a skeptic by nature, searching for a single true answer. Does exactly what Yulia's mind does. It doesn't create realities, it reduces them all into one, making it inevitable. That's interesting. Oh, so the Canes are withdrawing their... Or maybe that's the by making that decision. So can I repair my... I mean, that was... Maybe I can't do it anymore. Or maybe it only works when it's like fully broken. Anyway. I wonder if fixing my relationship with Georgie from the prior day would do anything.
I don't believe this is real. Someone's pulling at my strings.
Stay away from you.
The town dribbles.
Dang it. Hang on, there's... Oh! Got the sample. Okay, but I need to navigate out. Oh, at least I don't have to worry about everything. Oh, sweet. I forgot. I have. Oh wait, no. This is for analyzing, not for making the prototype. Dang it! Move. What's this? They're pretending to be a train. Boulder can drive trains and used to give us rides. Huh. I mean, somewhat pointing me to Shekin, but not exactly pointing me there. What? I want to go that way to the Stillwater. I think it's gonna be best to get there by going north. Ooh. Especially because I'm hoping that... Yes, it skips through everything by doing that. Sweet. Oof.
She is a quack, but her hands do ease the pain.
Clara. No, made an error with right about Amelia, right about Tute. So Tute was wrong. I'll put correct for the other two. And then head back to the Plague District.
I'd rather not hear this.
We go to this one. Oh. Turns out she has a sister. Not strange. Actually, lots of Shad Nash, just like there are lots of... okay. Okay, this is revealing something I kind of just now... So that's why it's happening. Like, I was like, oh, wait, there's two. I thought she was only in one. Apparently, is it your twin? Oh, no. Okay, hang on. So that's the fake one.
Like a true scientist.
Oh, wait. I think what that means is the actual one is may mean that... Okay, so she's fake. So I now have actual reason, incidentally, to make use of the matches.
Something is unraveling.
Nope. That's not the real one. Oh, dang it.
It's afraid of fire and salt.
There we go. Okay. Unfortunately, I used up the... Oh well, I'll live. I still got 6 left. It's fine. Right. So what was this thing here? Should be able to get there in time. Please don't make me go through this. Dang it. Did I just discover... Sense Inquisitor Orf. Peter, Andre, and a couple. So, okay, so Barak's not there. Sabarov's not there. Canes by the time they were born, they went to break free of its cocoon, spread its wings. That's weird little thing. Can I get some more. Nope, you don't have any more. Never mind then. I think these are all. Yep, I got my stuff from those. Nothing else there. There should be another box out here. Yep. Move. Move. Go ahead and just discard that one. One. So that gives me 2 more slots. Enough to carry everything. Anything else? Anything else? Oh! I need to discard that. Move this. All right. Anything else in the still water that I might have missed?
The town dribbles.
Alright, let's see. Are there any last boxes before... I think that's it. I don't think there's any other boxes for me to loot for this day, which is fine. I still got a good haul. And I managed to take care of the shop knock. Which was the big concern. And we'll see what our pantomime is.
Right, where are we? Act -1, Scene 9. Exposition. Simon and Isidore on stage. 2 men have agreed that 5 years ago they made a mistake. We'll bury the specifics, keep them unspoken. Let us not drag dirty linen into the spotlight. Instead, this scene is the realization that today marks the beginning of a new chronology. Are the instructions clear?
Huh. So we have a day 8.
Tomorrow shall not come.
Found
Unless
the
you want it to.
pins with him.
Do come home.
Footsteps now echo through the cathedral's vaults. Pins in the shadow box, those are his working tools. Owner admire, but only the dead, unable to flutter their wings or move from their spots. Looked around our place as if he'd walked into a museum or a cabinet of curiosity he was thinking of buying from the owner. It's called a killing jar. Box of glass vessel with rags soaked in poison inside. Kill insect without damaging it. Some whispered that he executed you, others said he made you an inquisitor. Omaha, how you doing? Good to hear. Game is interesting. So, you remember, bits and pieces of Pathologic 2 from when you saw me play. So, thing number 1, the game is pretty different. Rather than that kind of like free flowing, you can wander around the whole town. And you're kind of like, I say, yeah, I'll carve these things out. So rather than wandering around the whole town, you instead like you stick to the different districts of the town and you kind of like travel between them like on a map. And I think in part that's to like try and keep things a little more contained in different components, for a few reasons. Thing number 2, so it's less of a survival game. If you remember, like the first one had like, okay, you're managing like you can get tired, you can get hungry, you can get infected, you got health, there are all these like bandits chasing after you, and you can get, catch the plague and stuff like that. Most of those meters are gone. So you don't worry about food, you don't worry about sleep. You can die. But instead what you're doing is you've got this kind of like single meter that is called like apathy and mania. And so just as time goes on, you are getting more and more apathetic. It is a symbolism of the town kind of draining your will to live. And so you have to kind of manage that. Now, the problem is if you get too manic, as you get manic, you start your health is drained. So you're kind of managing that as you go through. There are advantages to like being manic because you then move faster, but there's also disadvantages, health drain, stuff like that. So anyway, so you're managing that meter. You still are worried about time. So like time ticks away as you just do stuff. The other thing though is in the plague districts. In previous game, you wander through plague districts. You just gotta be careful that like you don't, catch the plague. In this one, you can't get sick, but there is now an embodiment of the plague, like a monster chasing after you. And you have to kind of escape it and also try and subdue it. Because by subduing it, you can reduce the amount of plague in the city. Because unlike in Pathologic 2, where it was kind of just like, oh, like, you know, shit's going wrong, and you're just kind of trying to navigate as best you can. Here, you are making decisions and doing stuff to try and, like, as best you can control the plague and its spread. And the town can die. Like, you can just not reach the next day. I'll show you that in a moment. Who am I playing as? I'm playing as Dankovsky this time. The three characters of the game are always the same. You've got Burak, who is the character from Pathologic 2. Dankovsky, who is the other doctor, the Bachelor of Medicine, the guy who liked to, like, quote Latin, and was kind of arrogant. And then the changeling, Clara, who was like the girl who was kind of like mystical and you know, claimed to like have an evil twin who was kind of like following her around, giving her a bad name and stuff like that. And presumably when they do Pathologic 4, like, it will be a game through Clara's eyes. So the other big thing here, though, it does, and that's actually the point, is when they were making Pathologic 3, they wanted specifically to not just make Pathologic again, because what Pathologic 1 was, you know, you're playing kind of the same game, so to speak, but through the eyes of three different characters. So they have three different stories, but it's still, like, at its core, the same game. And so they didn't want to just do that. They wanted the three games to feel different and to better reflect the three characters. So that's why I think they've done away with a lot of stuff, because, you know, Dankovsky's concerns are so a lot more of this is now, admittedly, there is a lot of, like, spiritualism still going on, and also just weird things that you're still kind of, like, grappling with, but there's still a good deal more, like, kind of the scientific stuff that you're talking about, as opposed to, like, really digging into the, like, spiritualism, like with the High Respects is Burak's version, and but the biggest thing, Haru Specs, it's HARUSPE. That's it. Haru Specs. So the big thing, I'll just finish up this conversation. You'll get to see, like, the big thing about this game. I don't think it's actually, that one could be a real word. Because obviously the kin language is fake, and so it's theoretically possible that Haru Specs is supposed to be part of, like, kin language, but it would make sense for it to be an actual thing, an actual word in this particular case. Peter and Archer are searching for entirely new impressive forms. Turn to the old ones. Sees into the future through divination. That fits. I'm vaguely familiar with ancient Roman practices like that, so it's theoretically possible I've come across that word before and just didn't retain it. Live, feel, think, think like people of another time. Into the cathedral, then he stopped. Missing something. Expectation of a miracle yet to come. Cathedral's fallen silent, so can't use anymore. Oh, I didn't realize it literally meant peering into entrails, huh? So these are the like decrees I can issue to like try and control the plague. And you can see right now I have to control two things. From Hera, meaning intestines, and Specs. Yeah, like in speculate. So I can issue decrees to like impact the town. I'm trying to control two things. I'm trying to control the amount of plague that there is and how like angry the people are. So that black line that's like growing pretty consistently, that's the plague. And then the sort of dotted red line the dotted red line is basically how pissed off the people are. And so if either of those get above the this long red line, then basically everything goes to shit, game over. And that's why you can see like at the end of day 8 the town dies. Now of course, as you may remember from Pathologic 2, the game's supposed to go for 12 days, and you can see also like there's a day 9, 10, and 11. So I'm supposed to be able to do various things to fix this. And one of the things I can do, let me make sure, yeah, that's good, is I can go between the days. So I can go back and replay day 3 or day 4 and so on and so forth. And all it does, it requires this resource in the center called amalgam. And I get amalgam from a variety of different places. And so I need to use my amalgam in such a way that I figure out how to get like what to do on each day, and doing things on one day will impact stuff on a later day. So for example, if you remember Ruben from Pathologic 2, he was one of the other kind of doctors in the town. We get to, I think we played day 5, and he's dead. And so we have to go backwards in time to figure out when he dies so that we can make sure he's alive to like talk to him on day 5. And so on and so forth. So like there's all these different things you have to do. One of the things you missed, I was doing it earlier in the stream, but I have to try and diagnose patients. And so the way you diagnose them, I have to like, figure out like what their symptoms are and like, do a physical examination, to like see if they have any like, skin issues or rashes or anything on those lines. I might have to like go to where they live to gather additional evidence about their living conditions or talk to other people. And of course, people lie or they're not forthcoming, or they, have bad memories or whatever it may be. And so I'm putting together all these different pieces of evidence to try and diagnose them. And I can get those diagnoses wrong. And so one of the things I can do is I can go back and replay a day to try again to diagnose them, and see if I can get it right. And so there's a lot of like going back and forth between the days to try and like figure out like, okay, what was I supposed to do with this in order to like get it working? So there's a lot of messing with time in this, and it's if you're really interested, I would suggest going back. I don't know if all of the VODs are available. I have started posting like videos of like new playthroughs to YouTube. So, even if it's just like watching a playthrough on your own, but especially on days or parts 2 and 3 of streaming this, I started getting like really invested in breaking down like what I think is one of the main themes of this game, about essentially we are rewriting the character of Daniel Donkovsky, and we are turning him into someone that he originally was not in the first game or the second game, whether you're playing as him, because you do play as him in the first game, or as your observation. And so and I think that idea of rewriting Dankovsky's character, turning him into someone else, is like meant to be a key theme in terms of essentially raising the question, well then you now have these different Dankovskys, and which one is the real one? And my take, I think what it's going after is all of them are real. And I don't want to. It would take me a long time to go to redo that, so I might do it again in another part, but probably not tonight. But it's really fascinating because they're really playing into these themes about like reflections and how people are reflected. There's a lot of stuff with mirrors, and there's like the breaking of mirrors. So also the idea of like different timelines, different like possibilities, and the idea that like all of those are, potentially real. They're just mere reflections. Meaning that they carry something of the thing that they are reflecting. So there's a lot of interesting stuff going on. And it feels one thing that I like is it feels a lot more open about that, like those themes than Pathologic 2 did. Okay. But one thing I want to do is I want to go think about what yeah, it's like the I think the only issue is that obviously, as you've seen from Pathologic 2, like that game is pretty tough. No, this is like a mind map. Just like all my different thoughts. Pathologic 2 had something similar like this, but I don't know how often we kind of visited it. This is the actual map. It's the same map of the town as before. But rather than like, I can just walk anywhere. What happens is I can so right now I'm in the still water and I can go and walk around the still water, but I have to go, there's like these little, it's hard to these I can't focus on one. These little double black lines, they're like openings at parts of the districts. And those are like the exits. And so I have to go to an exit. And by going to an exit, I can then select a different district to explore around in. And so I'm just traveling between the districts. And so it's a lot more self-contained. I think the part of the reason they did that is, like I said, the plague is a monster that chases you around. And so the game is basically saying, okay, we need to make sure that monster is contained to the plague district. So one way to do that is to make sure everything is contained to that district. Once you leave the district, it just goes away. Yeah, no, like I said, I remember there being an interview or something along those lines where after Pathologic 2, they were talking about the process for making Pathologic 3, and they were like, it's going to take a while because we don't want to just take Pathologic 2 and now sub in Dankovsky and change bits and pieces of the story. We want to remake the game through the lens of how should it play with Dankovsky. I mean, you could, because that's what Pathologic 1 functionally was. But it is far more interesting to do it this way. You probably could, I think if you made the game and it's okay, this is, the game through Dankovsky's perspective. He has different characters that he's focused on and a different path through the game and stuff like that. You can still make it very interesting, and it's going to still have the core problems of the game that you're dealing with. It just would feel very kind of well, okay, but we have kind of been, we have been through this before, and so what? And also it would, at the end of the day, it would be well, okay, but why? I mean, there were in Pathologic 1, there were these little differences here and there, in the first game, Barak was allowed to because he was a local doctor, he was allowed to like perform surgeries, which meant that he could take organs from people and then you sell those on like a black market. And so it's a like really effective way for him to like get money, which is, you know, fairly needed because it's, especially because stuff gets expensive. But he was also dealing then with like other problems where people would often be like out to get him, and Clara was dealing with this thing where like her reputation was like constantly falling, and so you had to be like kind of trying to do things to like keep your reputation above like a sustainable level. So there were all sorts of little things like that were still different, but like it was still like at its core the same game. And so they could do that again, and it could just be like, we're going to do a remake, but we're going to make it a little more accessible and kind of fix some of the like weirder stuff. And I do appreciate how they went with a more like, we're going to try and make them very different games. And so, because I'm really digging this. I actually, when I played the demo, I was like really not fully sold. It didn't feel that good. But once I actually got, you know, stepped into it, it like was really feeling interesting and engaging to play. And so I would like, the interesting thing is like, despite what you've seen of me playing Pathologic 2, like, it does not prepare you for the actual gameplay. Like, you know some of the twists and turns and stuff like that, but unless you've seen somebody play like beginning to end for the first time and have, you know, seen their discoveries and stuff like that, there is so much like mechanically and narratively and thematically that you still just have to like contend with on your own. And like, and of course, like the ones that you've seen me play is like, that was me doing it like, you know, one of them was me literally like trying to break the game and do something you're kind of not supposed to function, you know, in a sense do, but just by manipulating kind of how the rules of how the game works, you can kind of mess with it. I am kind of learning how to mess with certain things here too, but I mean, that in no way is like, that's me like having some level of expertise and managing and like knowing how to do things. But like when you play the game for the first time yourself, it's like, what the hell am I doing? What the hell is going on? And it's just like, I just need to make sure that I survive. And that in and of itself is such a trial. And so it's like, yeah, whatever you've seen, you are not prepared if you were to actually try for yourself. So, but let me go back to my mind map, because what I wanted to do was yep, you know what? Honestly, pretty much. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to day 2. Oh, it's so fun. I've thought about replaying it myself. Okay, let's work with this. All right, but I need to not actually play through because I need to go to bed. Only got to the first temple. Yeah, I mean I just need to replay the game. It's been so long. Like remembering like what was the first temple, what was the second one? Like the only thing I really remember was like the first, not the first, but like the cantina zone and like the kind of surrounding area, and that's kind of the only thing that like I see in my mind. There's like I think a couple little other bits that I can remember, but everything just feels so fuzzy. Because obviously I played it like when it came out. Yeah, it's so it's just such a nice little place. But yeah, I've yeah, it's so good, and it really is just kind of like fun to play. Oh, okay. I think I remember like a little bit of that. I think I remember some parts of that. That like planet and the exploration on it. I don't think I'm conflating it with another one. But I do remember Seer and some of the later stuff that comes. But yeah, it's like watching you play, you know, however long ago it was, you know, a handful of days ago, it was like I should really try and play this again. So we'll see if I can ever make the time for it. The problem is like I'm trying to, well, there was that day that I stopped by and we chatted briefly, and I was lurking for a lot of the rest of that stream, because I'm still doing still juggling a bunch of things, still painting, still playing Warhammer. I'm playing other stuff. I mentioned we should like try and chat at some point, cuz there's been like stuff has been happening. I briefly mentioned that I ran into some significant car issues. To which I'll just give at least like the ending is that I now have a new meaning new relative to me used car. And I was not initially planning on having it. Yeah. So that gives you probably some sense. Yeah. No, I mean, I like the car. It's that I was not planning on having a new car. So yes, that is indeed true. But yeah, we'll have to try and chat at some point about what's going on. I would actually like to hear about your trip to Portugal. Because I know I asked and you said it was good, but I did want to hear some of the any more specific things. But I didn't want to like press because like you were busy playing the game and stuff like that. I would ask tonight if you had shown up like an hour earlier. But since I was like, I'm going to need to go to bed soon and I'm going to have to explain the game to Omaha because I think he'll find it interesting. So I was like, I can't talk about, I can't ask about Portugal right now. So we'll have to try and catch up at some point. That said, speaking of which, me needing to go to bed, I need to go to bed. So I'm going to go ahead and call it for the night. I can very much understand that. And I will send you. I'll send you a link to my YouTube channel, and so if you like feel like you'd like to watch any more, I mean, I know you say you want to kind of try and keep yourself not too spoiled is definitely understandable. So like you can kind of decide how you want to approach it, but like I'll send you the link so that you can at least check some stuff out. With that said, Omaha, thanks for coming out. Lubit, thanks for coming out. Anybody else who was here, thank you for lurking. You are always appreciated. And I'm going to head off for the night. I will be back tomorrow night with more Pathologic 3. We're just going to keep hammering away at this, I think. So have a good night, everybody. So long.